Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to ITIF and KAIST Forum. My name is Daejeon Kim. I'm Associate Director of the Center for Korean Innovation and Competitiveness at ITIF, based on Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremonies today. I want to thank you all for joining us. We got a great line of speakers today. First, I want to take a moment to thank our co-host, the Future Institute for National Strategy, Technology and Policy at KAIST, for their partnership and organizing today's event and helping us bring together such a strong line of speakers. I also like to thank our sponsor, the Critical and Emerging Technology Policy Division at the Ministry of Science and ICT, for their generous support in making this forum possible. Yeah, it's not every day we bring to Washington, D.C. to Daejeon, so I would like to thank ITI President Rob Atkinson and our Vice President Stephen Etzel for making the long trip to be with us. So before we move into the first session, just a quick housekeeping note. The simultaneous interpretation is available throughout the day. So press 1, channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English. So now we get started in session 1, U.S. and Republic of Korea Science and Technology Corporation. To kick things off, please join me now welcoming President Kwang-hyung Lee of KAIST of the opening remarks. Please join me now giving a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Kwang-hyung Lee, President of KAIST. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Honorable Sang-im Yu, Minister of Science and ICT, and to Dr. Robert Atkinson, President of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, and all those at ITIF who have helped prepare this meaningful event, and to all distinguished guests here with us today. We are living in a chaotic era where unpredictable international circumstances and technological security competition are intricately intertwined. The policy changes of the Trump administration's second term and the ongoing U.S.-China conflict are leading the international community into even greater uncertainty. However, even in the midst of what appears to be disorder, there remains a consistent undercurrent, the importance of science and technology. The competitiveness of nations is now being reshaped according to their scientific and technological capabilities. Korea possesses world-class technological prowess in fields such as shipbuilding, nuclear power, semiconductors, displays, and batteries. These strengths align with areas of need for the United States, and thus, future Korea-U.S. cooperation can move forward in an even more mutually complementary direction. Today, KAIST and the U.S. think tank, ITIF, will jointly host in-depth discussions on the theme of Korea-U.S. science and technology cooperation. I hope that through this event, the complementary strengths of Korea and the United States will create synergy and that a variety of policy agendas for technological innovation and sustainable growth will be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee. Now, please welcome Minister Sang-im Yu of the Ministry of Science and ICT. Show your appreciation with a big hand.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm U Sang-im, Ministry of Science and ICT. I'd like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the ITIF-KAIST Forum 2025, President Kwang Lee of KAIST, and President Robert D. Atkinson of ITIF, as well as to all esteemed guests for their presence. The United States is an important partner to Korea, accounting for the largest portion of our international research collaborations. I am very pleased that ITIF, one of the most excellent U.S. think tanks, and KAIST, Korea's top research-centered university, have come together to exchange ideas and collaborate on the development of critical and emerging technologies. Last week, I recently returned from a trip to the United States, and in my meetings with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, OSTP, and the National Science Foundation, we addressed the recent changes in U.S. R&D policies and research security initiatives, and we both agreed to continue our seamless cooperation in science and technology. I also visited NVIDIA's headquarters in San Francisco, where I met with key executives and discussed cooperation measures to enhance Korea's AI capabilities, and we also agreed to closely collaborate on expanding AI infrastructure in Korea by securing advanced GPUs by the end of this year. To further promote collaboration between our two countries, the Korean government will make every effort to provide support where needed. Amid the rapid evolution of AI and other major changes, countries around the world are not only making large-scale R&D investments, but are also consolidating national capabilities to secure critical technologies and win the global tech race, including in regulatory matters. As we live in an era where technology influences not just the economy, security, and diplomacy, but also the very survival of nations, it is essential to exert strong and sustained efforts to secure future growth drivers, nurture talents, and accelerate the commercialization of new technologies. To this end, Korea is promoting strategies to stimulate the development of key industries for the future, such as AI, semiconductors, advanced biotech, and quantum technology, while strengthening its scientific and technological competitiveness. So first, under the Special Act on the Fostering of National Strategic Technology, we have been fostering critical technologies that are of national importance. This year, we are funneling $4.6 billion into the research and development of these critical and emerging technologies, and plan to revise the strategic roadmap for the 12 CETS. And next year, we'll further increase our R&D investments and provide targeted support to these technologies. Last month, we announced the National Vision for Technology Commercialization, and this vision aims to lay a foundation for integrating technologies into industries, promoting collaborations across ministries, and supporting tech startups throughout their entire growth cycle to create a sound ecosystem for technology commercialization. Moreover, we'll commit to securing the best talent, offering strong support to Korean talent to achieve success both at home and abroad, while developing strategies to gain a competitive edge in attracting global talent. We also aim to take the lead in building trustworthy partnerships. As we continue to expand scientific and technological cooperation centered around cutting-edge, game-changing technologies like AI, biotech, and quantum, which are also the priorities of the U.S., we will strengthen research security policies and global R&D investments to further promote joint research built on trust. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the global race for tech dominance has become an inevitable trend. As the ministry leading national STI science, technology, and innovation efforts, the Ministry of Science and ICT will collaborate with other government agencies, businesses, and global partner countries to raise Korea's technological competitiveness to the highest level. I am confident that the innovative ideas discussed today will serve as a catalyst for Korea's leap toward technological leadership. And I hope hope today's forum will provide a foundation for continued cooperation with our major partners, including the United States. Finally, I would like to once again express my deep appreciation to everyone who prepared today's forum, and I wish you a productive and engaging discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Yu. It's now my honor to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Rob Atkinson, President of ITIF. The Trump 2.0 era and then China's push for self-reliance are redrawing the global rules of trade, tech, and innovation. Korea's expert-driven model is under real strain. So his talk is titled, Korea's Growth Reset in the Trump 2.0 era. Dr. Atkinson, the floor is yours. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome him.
All right. Thank you, Daejeon, for that kind introduction. It's really wonderful to be here. I want to thank President Lee and Minister Yu for agreeing to allow us to be part of this event, which we greatly appreciate. But someone asked me today if this is my first time to Korea, and I had to say, only if you're in the non-binary system. It's like my 11th time to Korea. And I really, really enjoy coming here, and I always learn an incredible amount. My notepad is quite long here. And the reason I learn a lot is because I really feel like Korea is perhaps the top country in the world in thinking systematically about science and technology policy questions. And so I think I commend you for that. So, as I think Minister Yu said, we're really in a new world, and I don't think we can underestimate the changes that are happening today. I see Korea now and the global economy as essentially at a fork in the road. By the way, that was generated by AI, the fork. So that was Korea. Korea will go down in history, I think, and no country will ever beat it in terms of the fastest economic growth and the fastest modernization of any country ever. And you all know that story, and it's something to be incredibly proud of. But I think in many ways, Korea is now at a new fork in the road where that model just can't be the same kind of driver. Korea needs to be thinking more broadly about innovation, and more importantly, it also needs to be thinking about moving from being a fast follower to a global leader. Korea's already been doing some of that. I don't mean to say you aren't, but I think those are the challenges. So there's really two challenges, China and Trump. Those are the challenges. The China challenge, I think, is quite significant. This is a study we did using this OECD data set. Unfortunately, the data set's a little out of date. 2020, we're going to be updating it this year with next rounds of data. But it tells you a lot. This is what's called the location quotient. This is essentially, you look at the top, for example, basic metals. This is how much the metal industry in China and value added is as a share of China's GDP over the same ratio for the world, how much steel there is in the world relative to global GDP. So China has twice as much, electrical equipment, twice as much, machinery and equipment, 1.8, chemicals, computers and electronics. So you can see overall, they're doing very, very well. Now the areas they don't do well, it was very striking. Those three areas they don't do well are actually the strongest three areas for the US. We're a global leader in life sciences, biopharmaceuticals. We're a global leader in other transportation, that's essentially aircraft. And we are the global leader in IT and in information services. We all know that with Amazon and Apple and Google and the like. So it's quite interesting that their strengths are areas of where we're not as strong. I think what you can see when you go through that report is that their strengths match up more closely to your strengths. So if you look at those are all areas where Korea is playing quite hard. So I think the risk to Korea here shouldn't be underestimated. I think a lot of people look at this and they say, oh, it's the U.S.-China trade war. as if it's our war. It's really a challenge for everybody. And you can see this is you go back to 1995, they had very little of anything. They had a lot of bicycles. You can see the dramatic growth of China. So that's not new, obviously. We all know that. The real question is, can they innovate? They're not even, for a long time, they weren't even a fast follower. They were a slow follower. But now, this is a study that my colleague Stephen Izell led, and we did an 18-month study, released this last year. And we looked at 10 or so industries in terms of how innovative are the Chinese. And what we found was that in a couple of areas, nuclear power, commercial nuclear power, and EVs and batteries, we believe they're at par with the best in the world or even in advance. Other areas, like robotics, they're not the leader. The Japanese are very good, the Germans are very good, but they're making incredible progress. The Chinese installed more industrial robots 2 years ago than the entire world combined. Their robot investments in terms of robotics development is in the tens of billions of dollars a year. So this should be quite a concerning chart for all of us. I look at displays down there, an area where they've taken over the LCD market from Korean companies, and now they're challenging LG and Samsung in the higher end OLED market. And they're not as good. They're not as good as, I saw Samsung just came out with a new version of OLED, but BOE and Hisense are making rapid progress. Okay, so how do we think about this? I think we have to think about this the way President Xi thinks about this. This is a battleground. This isn't some Ricardian comparative advantage that we all learned in economics. This is a battleground. He identifies that. The competition for tech dominance will grow unprecedentedly fierce. Notice the word dominance. He means dominance. So what does that mean? So if we're in a battleground and we're facing a competitor now that spends more on R&D than the United States does, that means the only way to respond to that is we have to be teammates. We, the United States, cannot win this battle alone. Certainly Korea cannot win it alone, but we have a much better chance of winning it if we're teammates, if we're friends, if we're allies. My colleague Stephen Izell's presentation will talk more about how we would envision how a deeper and stronger technology partnership would look like. But needless to say, we've got to make that happen together, or else China will win. So, Mr. Trump, obviously a different kind of president than the U.S. has been used to. I think there's a lot of, let me go back, I think there's an enormous amount of misunderstanding about who he is, what he wants. It can look random, chaotic, but let me assure you, there is a rhyme to the reason there. There is a method to the madness. Trump wants a certain thing. It's important to understand what the president wants. Okay, so just as a share, we saw China with location quotients up there, China. But look at Korea, only second in the world in advanced industry production as a share of economy to Taiwan. And Taiwan is largely there, as we would all imagine, because of semiconductors, TSMC, and other players. But the U.S. has lagged. So the U.S. our weakness is advanced production. Our strength is innovation. We're great at innovation. We're good at discovery, translation. We have a harder time scaling that up. Korea is a great time in terms of production. Okay, so how do we explain Trump? This is my attempt. I've written this on our website, sort of several things that try to explain Trump. And it's not just Trump, really. There is a Trumpism. There is a school of thought. There is a whole set of people who articulate this. Number one, the U.S. can no longer be the leader. We assumed global leadership in 1945. We didn't really want to in a lot of ways, but we said we had to do that. We had to stand up to the Soviet threat or the communist threat, and we did. But Trump is essentially saying, we're not so sure about that anymore. We've done a lot of it. We don't feel it's fair. We at least need other countries to help us. Second, in the Trump mind, globalization hurts American workers. And to some extent, there's a lot of truth to that. The U.S. has lost production because of globalization. But at the same time, we have to embrace globalization. We have to embrace trade, particularly with our allies, or our industries will get left behind. Massive trade deficits. When your government officials are negotiating or meeting with the Trump officials, you cannot underestimate this. $1 trillion trade deficit in the United States, and those trade deficits just cannot go on. So Trump is trying to deal with that. The second is the trade deficit comes from other nations not playing fair. I think most of the, maybe I'll frame it, I think much of our U.S. trade deficit comes from the dollar being overvalued. If you remember back in the 80s, you had President Reagan and Secretary of Treasury Baker leading the Plaza Accord vis-a-vis the Japanese and to some extent the Germans, and it lowered the value of the dollar, and our trade deficit really went down, and we started doing much better. So Trump blames it all on other countries. I blame it partly on that, but partly on ourselves. The second last one's really important. The Trump officials really believe the U.S. market is so big, we're a $25 trillion economy, that we don't need anybody else. We can make these eyeglasses in America. We can make my pen. No more pen imports. You think I'm kidding, but I am not. There are people in the administration who think we should make every single thing we consume. And the last point that's important is Trump is essentially a very free market president, even though he wants to do tariffs. And we saw that by the fact that President Trump proposed eliminating the CHIPS and Science Act. So that was an act that we played, and my colleague Stephen Ezell in particular played a key role in making that or enabling that to happen in the Senate, where it really was started. And the CHIPS program is fantastic. We love the CHIPS program. It's funding SK, it's funding Samsung, and yet Trump wants to eliminate it. Now, he can't eliminate it. I won't go into all the reasons. He can't do it. He doesn't have the power, but it tells you his thinking. And the fact that I had said earlier, he's on track of cutting the National Science Foundation budget by 50% this year, and the NIH, National Institute of Health budget, by 50%. So in his view, let's just do tariffs. We don't need this. We don't need technology policy. As disconcerting that as that is. All right, so what does Korea need to do? And this is partly based on the report that we released with our Korean Center on Innovation and Competitiveness that my colleague Sejin Kim leads. So I won't go into a lot of details, it's on the website, but the basic story there is, yes, of course, you need to continue to build on exports, and particularly with supporting and working on emerging and advanced technologies. We all know what they are: AI, robotics, space, an enormous amount of innovations that are going to be coming out, and Korea has to play a leading role. But I think it has to be more than that. It has to be about partly embedding innovation and also an innovation culture, sort of first to the world culture throughout Korea. One of the things that we found was really striking about Korea when you compare it to the other OECD nations. Korea has the highest share of employment in small businesses as any other country in the OECD. So the most of any OECD country, like the US, we have 55% of our employment in large corporations, and Korea has something like, 85%, 80% in small. This is and then secondly, small businesses in Korea relative to large have the highest productivity gap of any OECD country. So many OECD countries, the small businesses are a little bit less productive than the bigs, but in Korea, it's a chasm. And you can see that chasm has been growing over time, where the value added per employee is just getting, compared to larger firms, less and less. So this is important, obviously, because for many, many decades, Korean productivity was converging on American productivity. Your standard of living was catching up to us, which was great, fantastic, but not anymore. Those lines have basically plateaued. And then on top of that, I don't need to tell anybody here, your demographic crisis is the worst in the OECD. So you have fewer people coming into the workforce and stagnant productivity. That is a huge, huge challenge. And driving innovation throughout the economy and making sure that the firms are able to adopt technologies is a key part of that. The other part of this also is this dualism between manufacturing and services. This is, again, productivity growth, and you can see manufacturing productivity was always higher than service sector productivity in Korea. The orange line is services. But you can see that line is getting bigger. So services are the dominant part of the Korean economy. They're not the most important part in terms of exports, but they're the most important part in terms of value added in jobs. And so if Korea can't boost productivity in agriculture and finance and logistics, it's going to have a hard time growing its living standards. Okay. So what do we need to do? What is Korea? This is, again, our suggestions. Take them with the intention they are, which is the suggestions of a friend. Korea has the most, this is not something to be proud of, by the way, the most programs to subsidize and protect small companies in the OECD, by far. Our view is rather what we should be doing, what Korean government policy should do, is rather than focus on helping small firms per se, is help firms grow, help them get big, help them become global. There's somebody I was talking to in Korea talked about the Peter Pan syndrome in Korea. We have these small businesses that stay small, they stay kids. We need to be able to grow those. Software everywhere. Korea is really, I think, one of the top countries in the world for engineering education. We see it here at KAIST, engineering performance, engineering capability, whether that's chemical, nuclear, mechanical, electronic, electrical. But the U.S., I believe, is the best country in the world for software engineering, software programming, and AI. And I think the new world is essentially a world where engineering and software become combined. And so absolutely Korea has strengths, is making progress. But if I were advising the new government, I would say double down on software capabilities. What's interesting is if you look at software adoption by Korean companies, it's probably 2/3 of what it is for American companies. American companies just buy lots and lots of software. They use it to re-engineer processes. They use it to change things. They use it to drive productivity. Korean firms don't appear to be as software-driven as American firms. This is, I think, an important point. My colleague Daejeon wrote a very interesting paper on our website about how there's sort of shadow regulation or positive regulation in Korea. In the US, if you want to do something, you just go ahead and do it. And if the government says that you can't do it, then you don't do it. There's a sense in Korea, perhaps, maybe I'm putting this too strongly, but ask permission first. Am I allowed to do this? Well, when it comes to new industries that are sort of, in a way, Schumpeterian, where there's creative destruction, where you want to take big risks, if you have to ask for permission, you're going to innovate more slowly. So I do think that's important. And I think we should also look at that in terms of some of the laws regarding AI and new emerging industries like fintech. There's a way to regulate these spaces in a way that enables entrepreneurs and companies to be innovative and take risks. So I'm not arguing for just nothing, don't do anything. I'm absolutely not arguing for that. But if you look at the Europeans who have adopted a very sort of precautionary principle approach to regulating emerging technologies, we see the results. Just very, very few. Has anybody ever heard of a European unicorn? I mean, that's why the term unicorn came about, because there's so few of them in Europe. It had to be a unicorn. I'm being facetious, but there really aren't very many European unicorns. There really are not. And if you look at the number of AI companies in Europe, it's not very good. And I think some of that, not all of it, but some of that is due to the fact that the Europeans make it very, very hard, particularly for smaller startups to innovate in these spaces. As I mentioned, scale tech startups. And I apologize, I should have added a fifth bullet there, but my colleague Stephen's going to focus on that. And that's, we cannot win without us working together. We're not big enough. And this is something the U.S. needs to understand more deeply. Well, the Trump administration needs to understand more deeply. The Chinese juggernaut is so big and so powerful, and it's getting more and more powerful. The scale of their subsidies, the scale of their programs is beyond belief sometimes. And so the only way I think we can not lose is we have to combine forces. So I think, frankly, that should be Korea-US, it should be Korea-US-Japan, Europe, if they sort of get their act together. And let me just close by highlighting our center. As I said, we've been focused on Korea for a long, long time, thinking about it, trying to understand it. And we've opened up global centers over the years, Brussels, London, Ottawa, Canada. And we decided we wanted to have a presence in Asia, and we thought Korea and Seoul would be the best place to do that. So we're really honored that we could hire Sejin to lead that work. She's here in Seoul, so feel free to reach out to her anytime. And the other part of that is not just to provide our 2 cents, as they say, for Korea, but it's also in Washington to be an advocate for stronger U.S.-Korean cooperation and an advocate for good policies that will help us both. I'll give you one quick example of that. Samsung recently was facing a case against a Chinese display maker. I think it was BOE. It's possible. It might have been Hisense. I think it was BOE, where they asserted that BOE had stolen their technology for their OLED capabilities. So in the U.S., if you see that happening, you can bring a case before what's called the U.S. International Trade Commission. So Samsung brought a case, and the panel of judges that review this, and the Chinese have their own lawyers, they present. Samsung has their lawyers, they present. The judges said, yes, you're right, Samsung, this Chinese company stole your technology. So now there's an ability for the US ITC to put a 10-year exclusion order on this Chinese company. Now imagine that. 10 years in America, when you go to the electronics store to buy your big OLED TV, the Chinese are not there. That would be a huge benefit for LG and Samsung. But it's importantly, it's a huge benefit for the allies, for us, because we don't have those capabilities. And if Korea loses those capabilities, we've lost those capabilities. So that's why we filed comments with the US ITC to say, okay, yes, the court ruled that there was IP theft. Now you have to take the next step and have a 10-year exclusion order, because I won't go into the details. There's these strange things in the US law. You have to show harm domestically. And our argument was, well, maybe we're not going to lose an OLED factory in the US. Maybe that's not going to happen. But we can't lose OLED capabilities. We can't lose display capabilities as allies. When I go back to Washington next week, I'm going to a day-long small expert workshop that the Defense Department is hosting on display capabilities, because the Defense Department is extremely worried about not having display capabilities either domestically or with our allies. So I point that out because I think it's just such a clear, visible way that shows how closely we need to be tied together. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when the ITC rules, which should be very soon, that they will make the right decision. So anyway, that's the other side of the kind of work that we hope to do. So with that, I will stop. I will thank you, first of all, and then my email is there. So if you have any questions or comments or would just like to reach out, feel free to do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. Next, we move into 3 rapid-fire presentations that build on the keynote. First, please welcome Stephen Etzel, Vice President for Global Innovation Policy at ITIF, with a presentation on repercussions of the U.S.-China tensions for the RK and beyond. Let's welcome in a big hand.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Etzel, the Vice President for Global Innovation Policy at ITIF, and thank you to KAIST for the invitation to be with you today and for this great collaboration. So, as Dr. Atkinson alluded to, Korea really has a truly manufacturing and export-dependent economy. In 2024, Korea's $683 billion of exports accounted for half of the country's GDP. This included 40% of all high-tech exports going to China, as well as 52% of Korean semiconductor exports going to China. Those numbers were the same for the United States. In 2024, over half of our semiconductor exports went to China. Now, how do we square that with the fact that China's national integrated circuit policy calls for, quote, achieving 75% self-sufficiency in semiconductors by 2030 across all phases of the semiconductor supply chain? And when we are increasingly seeing Chinese companies replacing foreign tech companies in their technology value chains. For instance, China's NRDC, the National Government Planning Committee, recently called upon all Chinese EV makers to wholly replace foreign semiconductors in EV vehicles by 2027. Similarly, Document 79 requires Chinese state-owned enterprises in finance, energy, and other sectors to replace foreign software in their systems by 2027 as well. So what we're seeing in China is an evolution of economic strategy that ITIF has called moving from attraction to compulsion to expulsion. So in the early 1980s, Deng Xiaoping really welcomed foreign multinationals into China, low manufacturing labor cost, 30% China price, and that attracted a lot of multinational investments. As they got agglomeration effects, they became stronger. When Xi Jinping comes in the mid-2010s, he really moves towards a compulsion strategy, what China called trading technology for market. So now you have to transfer IP or technology as a condition of market access. But today, when we see the advent of credible, competitive Chinese companies in high-tech industries, we're seeing expulsion. We're seeing the foreign technology companies being kicked out of the Chinese market. At the same time, as Dr. Atkinson noted, Chinese companies are becoming increasingly innovative and competitive across almost all technology sectors. This is a chart from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in China. They surveyed 200 executives in China and asked how close are Chinese competitors to catching up technologically with the United States, with global leaders in the near future. So as you can see, they already did within 2 years, within 5 years, et cetera. And in sectors like automotive, information and communications equipment, routers, integrated circuits and special equipment, they're already at the global lead or they are catching up very rapidly. As Rob noted, we did deep dive analyses of 10 Chinese high-tech industries, including semiconductors. Now, it's difficult to look at semiconductors because really you have 7 different industries within the semiconductor sector. There's semiconductor design, there are semiconductor memory chips, semiconductor logic chips, there are advanced logic chips, there are legacy logic chips, there is semiconductor manufacturing equipment, there's assembly, test, and packaging. So you do kind of have to look at a subsector by subsector basis to see how competitive China is in semiconductors. Overall, they're probably 3 to 5 years behind the global lead. Now, that said, in certain facets of the semiconductor industry, China is becoming extremely competitive, especially in chip design. So just yesterday, Xiaomi announced its new X-Ring 01 product, which is a fully integrated, domestically created mobile system on a chip, or SoC, which is operating at the 3 nanometer level. And analysts estimate that it has 80% of the capacity of the Qualcomm Snapdragon chip. So that's an area in chip design for mobile products. China is closing the gap rapidly. Another area is AI chips. If you look at Huawei's 910C chip, analysts expect that it is at worst 18 months behind the very best of NVIDIA's Blackwell chips. So leading edge of logic design, China is catching up rapidly. The legacy part of the chip market, China has made incredible strides. China added more chip-making capacity than the rest of the world combined in 2024, and they are selling these legacy chips, kind of chips at the 28 nanometer or higher process node level, for 30% of the cost of international competitors like Texas Instruments or NXP. China is definitely weaker in the memory side of the equation. CXMT and YMTC are struggling a bit with NAND and DRAM, respectively. Overall, they're weakest in the tooling, the semiconductor manufacturing equipment. But even with those challenges, China's share of global value added in the semiconductor industry grew fourfold from 2001 to 2016 to 31%. But how do we deal with this fundamental challenge that half of Korean and American semiconductor sales go to China, but that China wants nothing more than to drive that share to 0%? Make no mistake, if COMAC, China's airplane manufacturer, were able to make a credible C919 single aisle or C929 wide body aircraft, then Boeing or Airbus wouldn't sell another commercial aircraft in China again. How do we deal with the reality that China's fundamental economic strategy is autarky and import substitution based? And I think the only answer to that is that like-minded nation policymakers need to intentionally re-architect the global economic game board so that in a decade, we can say that only 15 to 20% of our semiconductor sales have to go to China, because we have built up the technology and electronics and ICT production ecosystems of friendly countries around the world in places like India, South America, Southeast Asia. These are two reports I wrote last year, one assessing India's readiness to assume a greater role in global semiconductor value chains, and also the Caribbean country of the Dominican Republic. We need, to the greatest extent possible, move high-tech manufacturing out of China into friendly countries and let our companies sell into those locations. We need to leverage this moment where Investment Bank UBS finds that 71% of US companies with manufacturing in China are either in the process of or planning to shift their manufacturing out of China to other countries. Okay, that's a nice vision, but how do we actually do that? And at ITIF, we argue that we need to craft an allied approach to technology competitiveness. We need to collectively advance the competitiveness of like-minded nations' advanced tech industries in 4 key ways. First, through coordinated technology development. Second, coordinated ecosystem support. Third, coordinated technology protection. And fourth, supportive trade policies and practices. Dr. Atkinson talked about location quotients. What this chart does is overlay South Korea's strength versus America's in these 10 high-tech industries. And what you note immediately is the complementarities between the US and South Korea. In areas where you're very strong, like computers and electronics, or electrical equipment, or motor vehicles, we're relatively weaker. In areas, conversely, where you are weaker, such as Rob said, in pharmaceuticals and IT services, we are stronger. So this points a way to how we can really thoughtfully leverage our comparative strengths across these advanced technology industries. And a place we should certainly start is in advanced semiconductor R&D. TSMC's newest fabs are operating at the 1.7 nanometer node, and you can't go lower than 0. So at some point, Moore's law is going to come to an end, and we are going to have to enter a post-CMOS era. And that means we're going to need wholly new computing architectures, things like neuromorphic computing, biological computing based on DNA, quantum computing. So let's work with allies like Korea to identify long-term semiconductor sector moonshots and encourage allied entity participation therein. It costs $30 billion to build a semiconductor fab. Could we ever develop affordable desktop semiconductor fabrication facilities? The Semiconductor Research Corporation recently introduced a decadal plan for semiconductors, and it charts a number of challenges we could collaboratively address, like achieving exponential decreases in the compute energy required to execute computations and dealing with difficult data storage and cybersecurity requirements. The good news is we already have some strong collaboration here. Korean companies have committed to $45 billion of semiconductor manufacturing investment in the United States. Our respective semiconductor industry associations recently signed a memorandum of understanding on bilateral cooperation. MOTI recently launched 4 semiconductor-oriented global industrial technology cooperation centers. And here at KAIST, you lead with the National NanoFab Center and NY Creates a new joint semiconductor testbed supporting bilateral research and workforce development. Another good program in Bridge in Florida helps SMEs in the semiconductor sector enter the American market. We could also collaborate much more deeply on helping our small businesses adopt digital tools. This chart shows the likelihood of small versus large Korean firms adopting digital technologies. Overall, large Korean firms are 4 to 6 times more likely to deploy solutions like AI, big data analytics, cloud computing, or CRM software. Whereas 55% of large Korean enterprises use cloud computing today, only 10% of your small firms do. Let's work together to help our SMEs adopt more of these technologies. The bioeconomy is another area of potential robust collaboration. South Korea is responsible for 6% of new drugs currently in the global drug development pipeline, and also for 6% of oncology drugs. But compare that to China, whereas in 2000, China had no drugs in the global oncology drug development pipeline, now they have nearly 20%. And in 2023, there was not one Korean-originated new drug that was approved domestically. So there are things we could do to collaborate in the bioeconomy, already doing some. There was a $10 million announcement between the NSF and the Science Ministry on research collaborations, some collaboration around the Cancer Moonshot Initiative, but we could really do much more with these master's and PhD talent exchange programs. Let's make this a key priority. We can also collaborate on technology protection activities. So in particular, the United States really must work with allies to the maximum extent possible in promulgating and enforcing export controls around AI and semiconductor technologies. If each allied country is developing its own export control regime, it simply is not going to work to have collective effect in slowing down China's technological capabilities, at least for defense purposes. We could collaborate to enhance information sharing efforts to combat foreign economic espionage. Rob talked about the BOE case that had stolen Samsung's technology. We could create a Seven Eyes-like alliance focused on combating state-sponsored economic espionage in these advanced technology industries. And when one of our countries finds that a Chinese entity like BOE is stealing an allied firm's technologies, let's share that information across our regulators, and let's collectively deny access to Chinese companies, access to our markets when their products are benefiting through mercantilist measures like stolen intellectual property or technology. We could also add Korea to the list of accepted foreign states to better coordinate like-minded country investment screening procedures. And then lastly, we can collaborate more deeply on trade. I know this is a difficult moment, as Rob alluded to, with regard to the Trump administration. But one thing I can say is that the administration is very, very interested in concluding a new trade deal with Korea. This could very much be along the lines of the recently announced U.S.-UK economic prosperity agreements. We have a strong platform already in chorus. Trump has already done a trade deal with Korea in his first term. I think there's a good chance we can do so again. One significant lacuna, frankly, of both the Biden and the Trump administrations has really been to recognize the fact that we have to stand by our allies. Unfortunately, the Biden administration did not actively negotiate one free trade agreement with any other country. To its credit, it did try to advance the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, although the Trump administration is likely to not pursue that. That said, both Korea and the United States really should join the CPTPP agreements and use that as the nucleus to bring in a larger set of countries committed to free trade principles. Once Korea gets into the CPTPP, by the way, please deny China access to that agreement. So I will just conclude. We could also expand subsidies disciplines at the WTO productively to deal with some of China's subsidies and overcapacity. But I will just conclude with a quote from one of the architects of the American Revolution, Benjamin Franklin. And he famously said, "We must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." That's the attitude allies have to embrace when dealing with the China challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Up next, we hear from Dr. Kyung-Jin Song, country representative at the Asia Foundation Korea office. Her talk is titled Advancing U.S. ROK Cooperation Through Strategic Technology Partnerships. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Sejin, for the introduction. I'm so glad to be here today with you. Many of you might be thinking, where is she coming from? The Asia Foundation doesn't sound like, part of our community, science and technology community. So let me just give you 1 minute, a very short intro. Sorry, how do I do it?
Just lift it up. Lift it up a bit.
Okay. Introduction of the past 70 years of Korea and the Asia Foundation partnership. In a nutshell, this unique partnership shaped over the years contributed to Korea's path to human resources development, economic development, and democracy. Today, the positive relationship has expanded into digital transition to support and educate Korea's MSMEs to better understand and respond to cybersecurity in partnership with Google.org under the project named TAF-Google.org APAC, Asia Pacific Cybersecurity Fund. Now, let me show you a table of Korea's economic growth for the last 25 years. As you can see, the growth has been declining naturally so, in part as the economy matures. But what concerns me most is a steep decline of the contribution by total factor productivity, which is about the economy's ability to innovate and enhance productivity. Such critical factors as laws, regulations, institutions, human resources, technology, etc., are included in total factor productivity. Now, let me bring your attention to Korea's growth potential forecast from 2025 to 2050. The forecast was released just 2 weeks ago by KDI. It presents both the base scenario as well as the optimistic scenario. The assumption of the optimistic scenario is that the Korean economy will boost its innovation and technology capacity, as well as enhance productivity. So the Korean economy is now left with two options to choose from, in my view, or face a fork in the road, borrowing from Rob's presentation. You either reinvent the economy through innovation, or you face perennial low growth, a sluggish economy, in other words, Japanification. So innovation comes from many sources and ways. Central to innovation is science and technology. So much so it has quickly become an essential component of balance of power. A decade ago, science and technology was considered a subset of economic power. In 2013, late Lee Kuan Yew, who I have much respect for, said, in the old concept, balance of power meant largely military power. In today's terms, it is a combination of economic and military. And I think the economic outweighs the military. Now, fast forward to 2025, Mr. Dario Gil, chair of the U.S. National Science Board, said the currency of power is increasingly becoming science and technology. So around the same time, the Korea's Ministry of Science and ICT conducted a survey. And the outcome of the survey, as you can see, I'm running out of time, so you can have a look at this survey outcome. It clearly shows how much passion and enthusiasm Koreans have wanting to become a leading science and technology powerhouse, let alone their deep understanding of the criticality of science and technology. Now, as Rob and Stephen already mentioned, you can see the change of manufacturing capacity of major countries. Korea advanced in its manufacturing capacity, whereas U.S., which was number one in 2000, 25 years ago, has dropped to 6. And China, it was 35 in the ranking in 1990. Now, it's the number 2 manufacturing powerhouse in the world. So this table shows where we are and why, it already gives you a sense why we both countries, both Korea and the US, should and must collaborate. The next one. So, Korea, I'm mixed up a little bit. So there's plenty of room for Korea and the US to forge a more solid partnership in strategic technologies. Korea is only one of the 2 countries in the world that can produce both the most advanced steel as well as simple shaving blades. And Korea has competitive manufacturing with a good level of technologies, although we tend to be better at capitalizing on application of technologies of the US, for instance. And the US has the most advanced technologies in the world, let's say in AI, quantum, space, biopharmaceuticals, AI, semiconductors, etc. But their problem is, though, with the most advanced technologies, they lag behind their competitors in manufacturing, especially advanced manufacturing. So there are many ways of collaboration between the 2 countries. Stephen has already covered quite a part of a few of the collaboration areas. Let me just touch on shipbuilding, for instance. The U.S. needs 100 and over commercial vessels, and for the next 10 years, you will need 67 defense reserve fleets, and you will need 42 to 65 LNG carriers, and you will need 10 icebreakers. Trump and people in the Trump administration have already said many times that we need to cooperate between the US and Korea for MRO, maintenance, repair, and overhaul. And I put ROK US-India cooperation because, as of now, 90% of container boxes is produced in China. And making container boxes doesn't require high-tech, or it's not even costly. It takes about, $2,000 to make one container box. So why don't we shift production to India? I mean, India can produce container boxes. It doesn't require high-tech. It doesn't require very skilled, highly skilled workforce. So I think it's also a great way to promote not just economic collaboration, but in terms of economic security. And I would also like to touch on critical minerals, which I think is very important. Mr. Trump has also emphasized the importance of critical minerals, as you can see in his talk with Ukrainians. Korea imports 95% of its critical minerals and materials with a heavy dependence on a particular country. So without creating an innovative leeway or an alternative, the dependence will continue with more negative connotations, such as Korea being constantly under potential threats of weaponization of critical minerals. And on the other hand, we can't stop importing critical minerals because these critical minerals are critical in digital transformation as well as our climate response. So I've been advocating for a plurilateral, if not multilateral, R&D center among like-minded countries to expedite, to effectivize let's say, mining exploration, processing, the entire supply chain by developing new technologies, alternative technologies, as well as climate environment technologies. And SMR, MMR, very costly. We still do not have the sufficient technologies to produce SMR. And many countries have announced that they will be able to produce SMRs by 2030, which in my view is unlikely. So there is a lot of room for cooperation in terms of SMR. And finally, Stephen already touched upon it, and I would also like to emphasize the importance of people-to-people exchange on various levels, not just between researchers, but between policymakers, between politicians, and between students, between youth, and all that, and of course between businesses. And cooperation will eventually improve Korea's regulatory innovation in tandem with global standards. And I have a question. It's mind-boggling. Why isn't the U.S. joining DEPA? I mean, you have the most advanced digital technologies, and yet you're not joining DEPA, let alone CPTPP. Without you joining, how can you block the joining of China in CPTPP, for instance? So you have to do your homework too. And all this collaboration between Korea and the U.S. should not be short-term. It should be a long-term collaboration, and through which we can build confidence. As Rob said, confidence is important, but confidence is not built overnight. It takes time. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Song. And finally, for this session, we welcome to Professor Jae-min Jung, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Convergent Science at KAIST, to discuss the role of humanities and the social sciences in the AI age. Let's welcome in a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
네, 안녕하세요. Hello,
카이스트
everyone.
인문사회융합과
I am
학장 정재민입니다.
the
오늘 귀한 자리에 함께하게
Dean
되어
of the College of Liberal Arts and Convergent Science at KAIST. It is an honor for me to be here to give you a presentation. KAIST has 5 colleges: engineering, natural science, liberal arts and convergent science, life science and bioengineering, and business. And MIT, they also have 5 colleges, and one of them is humanities.
제가 작년에 MIT 방문해서 오거스틴 라이오 교수님
Last year, I met with the dean of the MIT School of Humanities, Augustine Ryo, and he is the dean of the School of Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences. He says something very funny. He said when he meets someone, they ask him, "What do you do?" And he say, "I'm a professor." They're not very interested. They say, "Oh, which school?" And he says, "I for MIT." And then suddenly they're interested. They say, "Wow, MIT, what do you teach?" And then he answers, "Philosophy." And then the person is a bit confused and a bit awkwardly, they say, "Wait, MIT teaches philosophy?" And he says that is the typical reaction he gets from people. I majored in journalism, and this is something that I also often meet with. So I also told him the same happens to me at KAIST. So why does KAIST and MIT research and teach humanities and social sciences? Humanities and arts is basically about exploring the essence of human existence. Social sciences is about studying human relationships and how society works. So we do research on societal structures. Science and engineering is about discovering and inventing new things. And that is, of course, for humanity and society. So to lead in the AI era, we need more than just technical skills and knowledge. We need ethics, history, philosophy, and literature, and a broader worldview. We need to understand the world to become true leaders. So, the KAIST Humanities School, as you can see in its name, goes beyond traditional humanities. It also thinks about the global impact that humanity and technology can have. So, in our school, we have several schools as well. We have the School of Digital Humanities and Computational Social Sciences, and we also have the Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy. We have the Graduate School of Culture, Technology, where we study art, games, and culture and technology and creative industries. And then the Graduate School of Future Strategy researches demographics, technology, climate, future. And also, it teaches science journalism, which brings science and the public together. And also, we nurture talent in the media, and it also teaches intellectual property and strategic foresight. So we have the master's and the PhD degree in this area. So for scientists and engineers, they need that humanities background, and also for those in humanities, they need a background in science and technology. So that is the work that we are doing. So in education, we have co-teaching classes. So for example, a physics professor and a philosophy professor will come together and give a lecture about human being in science and technology. So the co-teaching classes will co-teach a course for 16 full weeks to teach the students and have discussions. The students are very happy about these classes. They have great class reviews. And the course evaluation, the students would answer that it was a very helpful course where they would learn about both humanities and science. We also have many other programs to bring humanities and science together. In 2020, by 2023, we did not have a graduate program in the School of Digital Humanities and Computational Social Sciences, but President Lee said we should build a graduate program. So we wanted to build and although many graduate programs in humanities doesn't have a high competition rate for the admissions, we had a admission competition rate of 5-1. And we want to teach very in-depth
책 읽는 캠퍼스를 만드는 것이 저희들의
majors
교육적인
in the
목표인데요.
minors across 4 departments for these schools,
학생,
for these
직원,
students.
교수들이
And we
서로
also
모여서
want to build a
북클럽을
campus
만들고
where
3인
book reading is encouraged. So we have a book club program where students, staff, and faculty can request books that they want to read. And then we even provide awards for the top readers.
연구에서는 매달 융합 포럼을
And
하는데요.
in research, we hold monthly convergence forums. So professors across different disciplines will come together. For example, a professor from science and technology policy will give a forum with a professor from chemistry, or someone from future strategy will give a presentation with someone from civil and environmental engineering. So we are bringing, of course, it also means we can bring together 2 different fields in engineering.
사실은 이렇게 아까 공동 강의나 공동
And so we have the co-teaching courses and the convergence forums.
인문사회 학부의 교수님들을
And so to make this possible, when we appoint new professors, we appoint them in a system where they are an adjunct professor in the digital humanities and also a department in engineering. And if you look at the grants, the government grants that the humanities receive, it's not very high. But we can bring in more money by bringing in the engineering or science aspects. So, for example, we had a project where professors participated in a grant for climate change, and so they brought in 6 billion in Korean won for that program. We had professors who have studied law and working with professors with complex systems to research post-AI legal networks. We had professors in journalism work with professors in AI to create a journalism value-based news recommender. And we are also working with the industry as well. With Samsung, we have built a data-driven organizational culture modeling. And with KT, one of the biggest telecommunication companies in Korea, we find ways to make AI more pleasant for people. And so in many other ways, we are bringing together the humanities with science and engineering. So they say that this is the age of AI. And so the challenges that these new technology brings is complex and uncertain, and these new challenges cannot be solved by a single discipline alone. And all the problems that we face is related to humans and human relationships. And we have to think about things from the perspective of ethics and human dignity and social inclusion. So we have to build a future that protects human dignity, democracy, and social inclusion. So we need people who have that kind of critical thinking and creative imagination and scientific rigor. And last year I visited the MIT School of Humanities with professors in my department, and I realized that there is so much that we can do together, and there is so much more that we can do together. So next month, actually, KAIST Humanities and the MIT Humanities is holding a joint seminar in KAIST next month. So the KAIST professors and the MIT professors will share their research, and later on, we will also bring in the professors in engineering so that we can have a convergence research seminar as well. So, when it comes to human life, there is no one right answer. Everyone has a different life, and each culture is also different. And in the age of AI, I believe that the value of human insights will shine even brighter. So we talk about being human-centered, and in this era of AI, we want to make a world that is led by humans, and we want to make it a better and brighter world. We need your encouragement for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jung. Now we transition to our first panel discussion. So we're doing a quick reset up here. So thank you for your patience. We'll be back in shortly. So now we transition to our first panel discussion. So moderated by Professor So-Young Kim, Vice President of KAIST International Office. Joining the discussions are our three previous speakers, along with the Jung Hee Kang, partner at Bae, Kim and Lee LLC. Yeah, Professor Kim, the floor is yours, please.
Right. Hello, everyone. We're not going to take any more breaks because we are really running behind the schedule. Our initial plan was to have a first round of discussions and then second round and also Q&A from the floor. But as we all know, probably we can do only just the first round of questions. And if you have any more, then we can go on floor questions. I actually have prepared individual questions for this first round because I got these presentations in advance. And I was so impressed with the news data about U.S.-China rivalry and also implications for this country. So for Dr. Esel, Stephen, my question is, as we all know, technology is becoming increasingly a pivot of the world politics and trade or whatever, and we know alliances previously were mostly defined by political ideologies, but now we have much different dimensions, and now alliances are increasingly defined by sort of critical technologies that underpin national security, not only just economic growth. So the question is, we know the US ROK have been alliance for many, many decades, 7 decades, 70 years, but then now with this S&T dimension, I wonder whether you can actually pick certain specific measures we can take in order to deepen the trade and also technology ties between the two countries.
There we go. Well, I think what the United States and Korea should commit to do is formally organizing technology agreements for technology development across, say, 5 absolutely key emerging technology areas. These could be semiconductors, AI and or quantum, biotechnology, robotics, and nuclear. And within that, do 2 things. We know that international scientific research collaborations are far more productive than scientific research undertaken only domestically. So the Korean government and the US government should commit to setting aside a certain amount of money, an equal amount of money between the 2 countries, But that money goes to the U.S. government funding Korean researchers in this area, and then the Korean money goes to the U.S. researchers. So we systematically commit to co-funding collaborative R&D activities between the two countries. And then we have very robust exchange of researchers behind that. One reason that's really important, or a real opportunity now, is because US-China scientific collaborations have declined by 70% since 2020. So there's a real opportunity to replace, in the United States, those lost collaborations with China with allies like South Korea. So getting much more sophisticated with like collaborative sectoral technology agreements would be my response.
Thank you very much. And I'll just move on to the next presenter and a panelist, Dr. Song. And it's quite interesting and very worrisome to see this flipping of competitive industrial performance ranking over the last 3 decades, especially for 3 East Asian countries. So Japan was ranked number 2 in 1990, if you remember the presentation, and now 8th. And China was 35, and then now number 2. So I wonder how much this flipping can be attributed to the indigenous innovation capabilities of China. And also, China is no longer the world factory with the cheap labor. So this is very worrisome. So how ROK-US partnership in strategic technologies can help us regain our innovation capabilities?
정말 어려운 질문을 해주셨네요.
So it is a very difficult question.
중국이 1990년에
In 1990, China was ranked 36 when it comes to manufacturing. I'm not sure if you can call like 36 as the powerhouse, manufacturing powerhouse, but now it is ranking second and it has become the real manufacturing powerhouse. And I believe that such outcome should not be ignored and also should not be underestimated. Then how come China was able to become this manufacturing powerhouse was because, I believe that they have advanced their technologies through innovation. Because China invested a lot in their R&D, so such efforts could be seen as that it was like translated when it comes to the ranking. And last year, if you look at each country's R&D investment, Korea spent 5.2% for its GDP, and for China, 2.68%, and US, 3.4%. And if you compare it with the respective countries' size, when it comes to R&D investments, it was roughly like 30 times of the investment that we have made. When it comes to China, they are 9 or 10 times bigger than us. So then it was like 20 times greater the R&D investment compared to us. So you can see that they are investing a lot compared to Korea. And they have all these different plans that's pooling talents from different countries. And nationally, they had this like strategies to focus their investment in this R&D. And so because of such a systematic approach and all these like combination of their efforts, they were able to rank high when it comes to this industrial competitiveness performance. And so I believe that in some areas we were not able to aggressively invest, so that's why we kind of like lag behind. So and also we have this like aging population that is also closely related. It could be related to innovation. So then how can we collaborate with the United States And as I said before, there are so many areas where we can collaborate because, in the United States, they are half strength in technology, information technology, and Korea, we are very strong in manufacturing. And we have this outstanding pool of talents. And so even though we do not have this a lot of original technology, what we can do is that our application of those technology, the skills sets are very great. So we can utilize this advanced technologies developed by the United States, and if we could apply that, then I think that is the type of the collaboration that we could, seek. And also when it comes to the R&D investment, and of course the private sector is investing a lot in the R&D. So the U.S. investment spending on this R&D is important, but at the same time, the Trump administration is recently cutting down this R&D investment. But if we could, work on this together, then I think it would be great.
Thank you for the thoughtful responses. And for our team, Jae-min Chung, we are very close friends because we are also with the same college. At KAIST, we do a lot of AI plus AI times something initiatives. It's not only our college, so it's very, very interesting interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary work KAIST has been doing over the last few years. But then hearing all these interesting new developments, the question is how do you assess these very different initiatives done by other units on campus and also even other institutions or even other countries, and what can we really do further in order to really broaden the collaboration between the two U.S. and Korean institutions, especially to broaden the basis of fundamental knowledge that can actually bring us to the frontiers of S&T.
네, 질문 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you for your question.
한국은 빨라야 되잖아요.
So Korea needs to
뭐든지.
be fast. Everything needs to be
인프라스트럭처,
fast.
인터넷도
Even when it
빨라야
comes to
되고,
infrastructure, the phones, you need when the new phone comes up, people need to buy it.
뭐 그런 것들이 꼭 나쁜 건
So
아닌 것
everything is so
같습니다.
fast, but I don't think that's a bad
그릇을
thing.
빨리 마련할 수 있는 거니까.
So I think it means that we
문제는
can
언제나
be prepared fastly as well. But it's important that we have something that's not only just that has substance. And so combining Korea's need for speed and with our infrastructure, I believe that we are able to follow up with the fast digital changing world. So recently we have had several study groups led by the president of KAIST. So we have the AIX project. So it is to bring in other fields with AI, to converge different fields with AI. So this is not just about bringing AI into other fields. As I said before in my presentation, it is about we want to use AI for many people. So we want to use AI ultimately for the development of humanity and society. So we want to help people grow a critical thinking skills and that understanding of human dignity. So we want to bring AI. So that is what AIX is. We want to bring AI for the furtherment of human society. And so next month we will have a forum with MIT, Humanities, and last year we had many discussions with MIT as well. And we want to, I think when it comes to bringing science and engineering to humanities, actually we are doing even better. We are leading in that field compared to MIT. So for MIT, and they are doing lots of collaborations with science and technology. And now KAIST, we are doing these convergence studies and seminars with combining humanities and science and technology. So I believe that we want to build this role model together with MIT on how we can bring humanities and technology together. And we want to make AI human-centered. So we want to make a human-centered AI center. I believe that would be a good future plan And nationally, we have received much research funding. This is we're bringing AI together with humanities. So, for example, we are receiving joint funding from the National Research Foundation from Korea and also from the United States, for example. And so I believe we can continue on our in-depth research in this field.
Panelist who wasn't yet introduced, so I'll just make a very brief introduction. We have it's actually Dr. and lawyer, Dr. Jung Kang, and she is now working as a partner at BKL, which is known as Taepyeongyang in Korea. And she has provided advice and responded to investigations by the Fair Trade Commission of this country. And also she worked at Samsung Electronics compliance team. And she was the project leader for Qualcomm's abuse of dominant market position. And she actually has a doctoral degree in big data with the title of Big Data and Exclusion Abuse. But since she didn't give a presentation, I'd like to invite her to provide some comments on the presentations or broadly any thought about the theme.
네, 먼저 훌륭하게 소개해 주셔서 너무 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I didn't give a presentation, but I'm participating in this panelist discussion. But thank you, everyone. And you've asked for my inputs. I've just participated as a panelist because technology, innovation, and legal issues, I think there's some misunderstanding because people think that legal and institutional framework holds back the development of innovation and technology, but I don't think that's true. So with regards to that, I'd like to offer some thoughts on how this legal and institutional frameworks in support of the technological innovation. So in the fight for the technological hegemony, of course, the speed of technological development and capital is important, but also important here is the safe and sound framework to allow for those developments. So the wave of this technological innovation can be linked to the sound legal and institutional frameworks. So since I didn't give my presentation, I'd like to take some time to provide some input. So AI is a massive technology that impacts our daily lives. So a lot of countries are coming forth with new institutional frameworks on this issue. But not only the race for technological hegemony, but also the legal and institutional framework. And the governance is also an area where countries are competing against with. So, for instance, the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS Act are some of the examples. And they're establishing new grounds on this. For instance, in the area of economic security, they're coming up with new acts and legislation in this area as well. So if countries engage in this regulatory competition, there comes fragmentation and also some other setbacks. So for AI system has this characteristics of being borderless. They can become cross-border so easily. It makes legal frameworks ambiguous. So AI legal frameworks also require a regulatory harmonization between countries. And also for agreements, it should not be legally binding, but we should come to an agreement between international communities. We are already seeing such movements in the international forum for Hiroshima process or high-level committee reports are laying the foundation for the regulatory framework for the AI. So this global regulatory framework environment, given such circumstances, what should Korea do? I have came up with 3 action items. First is based on the 3 basic principles and the credible system and sound system that we have in place. We are engaging in advanced technology development. As a powerhouse in this area, we should not accept these rules, but rather we should promulgate and form these rules. For the first time in the world, Korea have came up with AI basic law, and there are also sub-laws under that act as well. So these regulatory framework have been established consistent with international rules and regulations, which can be reflected in the global discussions in this area. And the second thing is cooperation on standardization. In particular, UN and OECD and the WTO GPA, we should be actively engaged in these global efforts, multilateral efforts. And given the current circumstances, countries such as Korea should choose what kind of alignment we're going to have in this area. So for Korea, more market-based system, democratization and all that, we can come up with like a neutral model for where everyone can adopt. So these frameworks and institutions should be actionable, should be put in place in reality. So in that respect, we should work with domestic companies in partnership with the Korean companies. We can implement and enforce these mechanisms, and that should be taken into consideration when we're engaging in the initial discussions on establishing relevant rules. So today, we're talking this very important issue of national strategic technology and innovation. I'm very honored to share my thoughts and provide my input. And I hope that today's discussions will help foster the basic framework and further spurring relevant discussions going forward. Thank you.
So now we have just 5 more minutes, but I have one question for our ITIF expert, because other Koreans, we meet them every day, right? So one more question for Stephen is actually about the 2 very, very opposite views of China, because we have a view or understanding of China as an imitator fundamentally, versus China as an innovator, right? And now when the U.S. crushed Japan through the Plaza Accord in 1985, Japan's GDP was only 40%, about 40% of the U.S. GDP. But now Chinese GDP is about $18.9 trillion, and the U.S. about $29 trillion, which means now China's GDP is about 65%. So China has grown so much, obviously economically and also in terms of science and technology, but still it may be very limited because of soft power. And the famous Harvard scholar Joseph Knight, who just passed away, coined this term, because hegemonic power is not only created by hard but also soft power. And science and technology really is a physical capability, but also the idea of science, and also science is like a culture, right? So I always question myself whether I would ever want to go to China to study abroad, get a PhD. So I wonder how you assess the Chinese power in this intangible aspect, and how Chinese rise these days in terms of S&T can be fundamentally transformed into soft power. And that's going to be really great threat, right? That's really the completion of this hegemonic challenge to the U.S.
I think I heard two different questions there. One, how truly innovative is China? And two, how expansive or credible is Chinese soft power globally? You know, I think to answer the first question, certainly while China's innovation system is not perfect, it is far stronger than it has generally been given credit for. A study recently done by UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, estimates that China now already accounts for 26 to 30% of global manufacturing value added. But if current trends hold, that is expected to increase to 45% by the end of this decade, while the US share falls to 11%. Rob mentioned the study we did asking the question, can China innovate across 10 advanced technology industries? For that research, we did deep dive analyses of 44 Chinese companies. We hired researchers on the ground in China, convened international panels of experts. And what we found was that in 8 of those 10 industries, China's rate of catch-up was very rapid. Only in 2 were they exhibiting a modest rate of catch-up. And certainly in several industries like nuclear and electric vehicles, Chinese enterprises are already clearly leading the world. Nuclear is an incredible story. China is going to deploy 150 new nuclear reactors between 2012 and 2035. The next generation of nuclear reactors we talked about, we'll hear more about that. These small modular reactors, they're called 4th generation nuclear reactors. But there's a group called the 4th generation nuclear forum that has defined 6 different types of these 4th generation reactors, and they're thorium and molten salt, et cetera. But China is the only country in the world now developing all 6 types of those 4th generation reactors, and they are the first in the world to have just operationally deployed an SMR. So they're not imitators in nuclear. EVs, another story. Imagine that in 1985, China manufactured a ground total of 5,200 passenger vehicles. But by last year, that was 26.8 million. And by the end of this decade, it's estimated that China will account for 30% of global auto production, and they're already producing 62% of the world's EVs and 77% of electric batteries. The notion that China cannot innovate, I think, is an outdated one. China now deploys more scientists and researchers than America and Europe combined. Rob mentioned that they've largely closed the gap with the US and R&D investment, and certainly that's true for applied R&D. So we have to recognize that across virtually all advanced technology industries, China is a growing power, and the nature of their policy predicated upon import substitution. What China wants is its companies servicing its local markets, keeping foreigners out, but still, while Chinese companies having access to global markets. This is a foundational existential threat to Western high-tech economies. So on the question of soft power, and of course we lost Professor Nye, as you said last week. You know, somebody said the other day that, you know, when the Americans come to town, they usually come with a lecture. They're lecturing us about human rights or good governance or macroeconomic stability. Said, you know, but when the Chinese come to town, they come with investment. They come with investing in our roads and our rail and our ports. And, you know, I think we're seeing in market after market, certainly in South America, where, you know, nature abhors a vacuum. And so when the US steps out of economic partnerships, when the US withdraws from the ITIF, when the US does not pursue agreements like CPTPP or DEPA, the Digital Economic Partnership Agreements, this creates space for China to step in. with investment, with trying to set standards. I mean, you got to give them credit. If you think about the alignment between the Belt and Road Initiative and the Digital Silk Road Initiative, they want to sell 30 nuclear reactors to Belt and Road partners by the end of this decade. So they have a coordinated plan for not only developing their own industries domestically, but aligning their foreign policy with economic and market opening for their firms in these markets. And you know, I think sometimes the wolf warrior mentality has overstepped. It has certainly engendered pushback in places like Australia, which have grown much closer to the U.S. and UK with like AUKUS. But if the U.S. is going to vacate the playing field in leadership of the global economy, then certainly China is going to step in. And you know, we have now folks in the administration who achieved what they have in business through hard power, right? The art of the deal, you know, Trump and real estate. And I think that unfortunately, they have succeeded in their careers without having to value the merits of soft power. And I hope that there will be those in the administration who recognize that it is not always only a financial transaction, but so much of what the Western, the Allied, the democratic societies have achieved, you know, in the 80 years since World War II, has been predicated upon soft power. It has been predicated upon, you know, a lot of allies around the world doing stuff for the U.S. behind the scenes when we needed to. And I think we risk squandering an awful lot of political capital that was hard-earned over an 80-year period if we don't attend to our soft power.
Thank you. Yeah.
1분만.
So I guess with just like 1 minute. So
Korea-U.S. partnership should include, you know, coordinated approach to support and collaborate with the global South. And I think, you know, although the U.S. is currently reducing its soft power in terms of assisting the global South, I think Korea can fill the void left by the U.S. And Korea has all the legitimate reasons why it should. Because in 2010, when we hosted the G20 summit in Seoul, as one of the Korea initiatives, we presented development to the world. The current concept of development in the arena of G20 is global South. Development in the G20 previously has transformed into the concept of global South in the G20. So I think there's one more area that these two countries can collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you for a very nice add-on. And just second add-on is existing Global South collaboration has been just very much about appropriate technology, which actually scales down, right? High tech, but rather, I guess these days the focus is using you know, technology, some of the towns or agencies or environments as a test bed for very high tech. So we have a lot of potentials technological leapfrogging in global South. It's not only about benefiting global South with money and ideas, but I guess already ran out of the time. So we'd like to have a Q&A, but one of the panelists actually has other obligations. So I'd like to suggest that we just stop here, and in case we have more questions, we all have emails probably listed in the presentation slides. So feel free to contact any one of our panelists, and thank you for your very, very kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for a rich and dynamic discussion. We'll now take a short break. For those of you who've been waiting for the coffee, now's your moment. Just a quick reminder, beginning with the session 2, the forum will be conducted in Korean, but simultaneous interpretation will continue to be available. will resume promptly at 3:42. 네, 안녕하세요. ITIF-KAIST Forum 투
Good
세션을
afternoon. We'd
시작하겠습니다.
like to begin the second session of the ITIF-KAIST Forum 2025. As we have done so in the first session, we have 3 presentations followed by panel discussion. The first presentation will be delivered by Young-hee Kim, President, Future Institute for National Strategic Technology and Policy at KAIST, on the issue of RK-US collaboration for truly sustainable next-generation nuclear energy.
Hello, and thank you for that introduction. So I used the title, truly, in my title, and people ask, the first thing they ask me is, really? So I hope that everyone can hear me, and everyone in the back can hear me. But really seriously, I am looking for truly sustainable nuclear energy. And we are really at the point where we have to think about truly sustainable energy. So I want to tell you why we need to focus on sustainable nuclear energy and why the collaborations between the U.S. and Korea is important in this field. So I believe many people will agree that the biggest problem for humanity is climate change. Of course, there may be people who do not agree. So on the left, this was an analysis made about 20 years ago of what people thought humanity's top 10 problems were. The top 5 were mostly about, the top 1 is energy, and 4th was environment. But now, climate change is the biggest issue due to global warming, and we also talk a lot about AI. But AI itself is an energy issue. Of course, it does have many other issues as well. So, why is there a synergy between nuclear energy and renewable energy, and why do we need to focus on these areas? I don't think I have to explain too much to make people understand why these two energies are important. So if you can look on the graph on the top left, so you can look at the amount of carbon emitted by each energy source, and you can see that the traditional energy sources create enormous amounts of carbon compared to nuclear energy or wind energy or hydroelectric energy. But what many people forget is that to decrease CO2 emissions, it's not just about electricity, but we also have to decarbonize other energies like transportation industries and buildings. So the non-electricity areas, we need decarbonization of the non-electricity areas, and for that we need enormous amounts of H2, but as of now, if you want to decrease the cost of producing H2, so again, nuclear energy lowers the cost compared to wind energy or hydroelectric energy. So that is why we want to focus on nuclear energy. So we need to build a synergy between renewable energies and nuclear energies to decrease CO2 emissions. And that is why at the last COP, the UN Conference of the Parties, 20 countries launched a declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050, and 30 more countries joined last year. But when we think about advanced nuclear power, and if you think of the commercial nuclear power that is being used, I want to show you the history of how nuclear power plants have evolved and what kind of nuclear power plants we are building and we are using water-based nuclear power plants. But there is a problem with these systems because these systems are not very sustainable. The biggest issue is the spent fuel that comes out as a result of these power plants' activities. So we want to also make a system that is safe. So we want to solve the issues of safety and the issue of how we will dispose of spent energy fuels if we want to create a sustainable nuclear power plants. So you can see on the top right, this is a system created by TerraPower by Bill Gates. And many companies are also looking at the molten salt reactor, which is a newer system, and also the very high temperature reactors and the lead-coated fast reactors are also being used. So in the early 2000s, Bill Gates talked about that we need an energy miracle to solve the climate crisis. So we want nuclear energy to be used wiser than it is being used now. But unfortunately, the nuclear industry did not meet up to these standards. So Bill Gates decided to invest, and he made TerraPower, a nuclear reactor company. And there they created the sodium-cooled fast reactor system. This is to be built in Wyoming by 2029 to replace traditional coal energy plants. Interestingly, in 2024, TerraPower was established in 2014, and they discussed about what kind of nuclear power do you really need. And they believe that the type of system we need is the molten chloride fast reactor system. And they have made enormous research to make the molten chloride fast reactor, or the MCFR, possible. Many European countries have turned from anti-nuclear power to pro-nuclear power. Interestingly, even Germany, after the changes in their government leadership, over 55% are now pro-nuclear and considering nuclear energy as a possible option. And the new government has already said to France that they will no longer oppose nuclear energy. So Europe, the temperature in Europe is changing as well. And even in the United States, the big techs, Microsoft, Google, and even Meta, Amazon and even Meta, they are now arguing that we need to use nuclear power for the future of AI. Even Dow Chemicals, they started to talk about detailed plans for nuclear power. So then, if we are to increase the use of nuclear power by 3 times or 4 times, and even the French government said that they want to increase the use of nuclear power by 3 times, or Trump actually announced 4 times of nuclear expansion. But are we ready for this? So here I want to show you what we call the trilemma of the current nuclear energy. So safety is one issue. Compared to other energy sources, nuclear energy has a very good record when it comes to safety. But of course, we cannot say that we can entirely not be worried about safety issues. There is the issue of, secondly, there is the issue of the spent nuclear fuel issues. And we need to find a sustainable way to deal with the spent nuclear fuels, or SNFs. And if we want to increase the use of nuclear energy, we need more uranium. But now already the price of uranium has risen very quickly by China. And now that if people want to build more nuclear energy plants, we will see a bigger rise in the price of uranium. And also, if you look at the amount of spent fuels in Korea, it is about 9,000 tons for low water reactors, and for high water reactors, 9,400 tons. So if we want to go towards sustainable nuclear energy, we need to solve these 3 questions. So what I want to introduce to you today is, so how can we find the ultimate reactor for sustainable nuclear power? And I believe that Korea and the United States can work together to develop this ultimate reactor, to build a globally sustainable nuclear reactor that has a 3 times or 4 times more capacity than conventional nuclear power reactors. So before I tell you the new ideas, I want to show you. So for the past 3 decades, this is the effort that Korea has made to solve the issue of spent nuclear fuel. So this is actually also something that we have worked together with the United States. We have done collaborative research with the United States for over 15 years. And we are actually ready to use this. This research will finish in 2026. And for the past 16 years, we have done a lot of investment and research in how we can reduce the amount of spent nuclear fuel or make spent nuclear fuel more efficient. But unfortunately, recently there has been very low public acceptance for these sodium-cooled fast reactors in Korea. And so we thought about how can we guarantee a sustainable nuclear energy technologies that can deal with the spent nuclear fuels. So I think one answer to this is the molten salt reactor, or the MSR. The MSR is fundamentally different from traditional nuclear reactors. So you can see that it does not use nuclear fuel, so it eliminates severe accidents that can be caused by nuclear fuel because there's no pressurization and there's an efficient removal of decay heat. So molten salt reactors are, the good side is that we can eliminate severe accidents and there's no accumulation of spent fuel. So this is an enormous advantage of the molten salt reactors because the spent fuels is not created and only the waste from the reactions is dealt with. But of course, nothing is free. So the molten salt fast reactor, there was the beginnings of the research for this began about 60 years ago. But if you look at the fast spectrum molten salt reactor that is being made by TerraPower, we need a lot of technological research and technology for that to happen. So when it comes to the issue of what we will do with the spent nuclear fuel that is accumulated, so Korea has about 20,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel. And if we transfer that into energy that is equivalent to total electricity that can be used for over 300 years, the United States has about 90,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel. This is equivalent to the total electricity in the United States over several hundred years. So instead of just burying this in the ground, that would be not a smart thing to do. So then what can we do? This is the solution that I want to talk about. You can use the fast spectrum molten salt reactor and bring in bioprocessing that has a strong resistance. So it feeds the spent nuclear fuel, and new fertile material is added as needed. So there is a continuous feeding of the molten salt. So the molten salt can be used indefinitely. So once again, because of the way this works, the fast spectrum molten salt reactor can eliminate severe accidents, and it does not create spent nuclear fuel. So for hundreds of years, we can use nuclear energy without the concerns for severe accident or without the concerns for spent nuclear fuels. So once again, so we use things like pyroprocessing that is very economical, and we can feed the spent fuel so that this closed fuel cycle can work. But for this to be implemented, we need a consensus across the world. We need consensus with large countries such as the United States. So this is why we need to really work on Korea-U.S. collaborations, and we also need to think about the framework for collaborations for the molten salt fast reactor to take place. So currently, there are strong collaborations in basic R&Ds for advanced reactors, such as the ANL, Argonne National Lab, and the Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute, and the Idaho National Lab and KARI for pyroprocessing. And the ongoing 15-year R&D for pyroprocessing is to end in 2026. So, and there are also many collaborations with industry as well. So for us to collaborate for sustainable nuclear energy, it's very important that we need to understand that this deals with very sensitive issues. For example, we need a new perspective from the United States. It's very timely that the Trump administration announced that they will increase the nuclear capacity by 4 times by 2050. And what's more important is that they will no longer see spent nuclear fuel as waste, but to see it as something that can be reused for advanced reactors. So the Trump administration said that they will set forth an administrative act to make this happen. So, this means that the 15 years of research that was done between the United States and Korea can be commercialized in the near future thanks to these new proposals. And so I am very happy that we are gathered here and I can share this, and I hope that the leaders of ITIF can also participate in these discussions. And so China is using its rare earth elements as a weapon, as leverage. And I would like to share with you what someone said. They said, what Deng Xiaoping said when he was leading China, Deng Xiaoping said is, there's oil in the Middle East and China has rare earth elements. And now we have the spent nuclear fuel. So if we want to reuse the spent nuclear fuel, it also already has many rare earth elements. So I want to tell you that the spent nuclear fuel can be a supplement to rare earth elements. So through our research, we have made a very simplified pyroprocessing model for the fast spectrum molten salt reactors. And so if we can also bring in France and Japan and other leading countries in this research and development, we will be able to create global sustainable nuclear energy. That is my belief, and I hope that the IPIF and many people will also participate in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yong-hee Kim. We enjoyed your presentation. And next, we are going to invite Professor Byung-hee Hong from Seoul National University from the Department of Chemistry. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Byung-hee Hong, Professor of Chemistry at Seoul National University, as well as the CEO of Graphene Square. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And in line with the theme, I have adjusted some of my slides. I'd like to ask you for an understanding. I guess all of you know what graphene is. It's part of minerals like diamonds and graphite. For decades, graphene is. We have been talking about graphene that we will have innovation in this area where we can have the single atom layer of graphene from the graphite. Back in the old days, we weren't successful in that endeavor, but in 2004, two scientists have used the Scotch tape to isolate the thin layer of the graphene from the graphite. And they were invited by the Nobel I was actually invited by the Nobel Symposium before they received the Nobel Prize for this innovation. And although its application is limited, if we can mass produce and enlarge the scale of this, we can come into many areas of applications. That was the kind of idea behind them receiving the Nobel Prize. And they told me that you are the actual reason for us getting the Nobel Prize. So we use CVP, chemical vapor deposition, to isolate the graphene from the graphite. We use the roll-to-roll graphene production. If we use this method, we can mass produce graphene where it can be used in daily applications. And we're making efforts in this area for the past 15 years. More recently, it's been automized and it's engaged in continuous processing, and we're adopting AI application in this area. So we're nearing the mass production stage. So the strengths of graphene, the Graphene Square, my company, is that we're making endeavors in this regard. We have many equipments from MIT, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge. We're exporting the equipment to these laboratories. And if we make graphene using this equipment, the productivity goes up by 38-fold. Last year, since we had investment from Samsung, a lot of the research talent from Samsung came us to support our work on the graphene. But we have to tell whether the quality of the graphene we have received is excellent or not. So to test this, we're testing the quality of the graphene. And also the conductivity is higher than that of steel, and it's conducive to heat. So it's a dreamy material. But should we mass produce graphene, it can be applied in semiconductors, electronics, mobility, batteries, and also in wearables and producing new drugs as well. So it can be used and applied across the whole spectrum of key industries led by Korea, including the wafer manufacturing line. We have established the facility, and we're producing wafers for LG and also Samsung as well. For instance, just like sensor platforms, we use PCR-based manufacturing, but we expect some shift, and once that takes place, we will have innovative changes in terms of price and all that. And also, in the EUV lithography, one of the most important things here is EUV pellicle. If we use graphene using EUV pellicle using thin film graphene, we can dramatically reduce the price. We layer the thin graphenes and make them into membrane. And this can also be applied into semiconductor manufacturing process as well. If we look far beyond, for about a decade, we're working in collaboration with Postec. They're studying quantum sensing and other things as well. We have long worked with General Motors of the U.S. and we're also working with, we're talking about collaboration with a company that produces glasses for Tesla. So we're talking about defrost heaters for the cameras and windshields that are topped on the vehicles. And going forward, technological revolution will be made in defrost heating to better use the energy, which will become a revolution in this area, and apply window sensing in the graphene. But it took a lot of time, so we have tilted our focus to other area, which is the electronics. And we have won Innovation Award at CES 2023, which allowed us to receive funds from Samsung. Using this, we were able to produce heat up to 300 degrees Celsius. And we felt that we can come up with cooking equipment based on this technology. That was how we came up with the graphene kitchen styler. But if you look into the history, the real innovation comes from replacing the old technology. So new platform technology that replaces the old technology. So for instance, if you're using this old toaster, if you look here, this toaster uses 110 years old technology. So nickel, chrome. This technology was invented back in the Edison age. So the cooktop require very sophisticated wafer heating. They still use this coil technology. For the past a century, we have not been able to see any new innovation in this area. But actually, graphene is a technology, so it's capable of 2D heating. So we can invent wafer heating stage, and we apply this technology to invent a cooker. I'd like to turn your attention to this voltage-dependent electrical characteristics because you multiply current to R. But actually, graphene is the other way around. You lower the R and you use the current to heat something that you want to heat. It's actually, it has the power density 10 to 50 fold compared with conventional goods, and which allows us to have better heating efficiency and better energy efficiency as well. So if you heat something 2D, you create plasma. So it radiates the mid-R and comes with very high efficiency heating system. Today, since we're not going to delve deeper into this issue, but what I wanted to mention is that water, protein, sugar, if you resonate that with the frequency, vibrating wavelength, you can heat food and heat our rooms as well. It's more energy efficient. So we have compared our invention to conventional products.
비교를 해봤는데 일단 맛은 더 좋은 것 같은데 그건 좀 주관적인.
We thought that it tasted better, but I think
자그마치 좀 보수적으로 봐서 40%.
that's my own opinion, but
우리나라 가정에서 가장 많이 에너지를 쓰는 게
in the
사실
home electronics, one of the most frequently used product is rice cooker. If we can lower the energy higher the energy efficiency and the use of energy in the rice cooker, that will be a revolution.
이런데 그래핀으로 굉장히 에너지 세이빙한 히터를 만들게 되면
So if we come up with energy saving heater,
전열 기구 기술에
it will bring revolution in the electrothermal
그래서
products.
저희가 최근에 여러 가지
So recently we are collaborating with food tech companies such as Our Home,
그리고 나중에 또 이것을 가정에서 그런 가정 간편식을
and
데워서
we're
음식을 생산할 때는 대부분 다 스팀이나
and these companies make home meal replacements.
레디에이션을 가지고 쿠킹하는 게 별로 없습니다. 그래서 그 레디에이티브 쿠킹이
So,
에너지 세이빙이고
so radiative cooking equipments are energy efficient and it produces more tastier foods. So we came up with cooking with nano material, graphene kitchen style, and received the Best Inventions 2022. And because it's energy efficient, we also thought that we can use this into batteries. And we did our research, and it turns out there is no cooker that uses batteries. So we came up with the world's first battery-powered cooker enabled by graphene, and also received the Time Best Inventions 2024 as well. And using this transparent radiation, we also received the CES Innovation Award 2023. And everything we did was cited as innovative and received awards. So innovation for graphene can bring technological innovations and can really impact our daily lives. In addition, it's more heat conducive, better than copper. One of the things we work with Samsung is actually insulation. So we cool down the heat because in data centers, cooling is important and you can apply graphene in that process. And that's one of the areas of our research. So using graphene in the cathodes and anodes and increasing the efficiency, that's one of the research areas we're doing. And this is not just a sector-specific, but industry-wide application. Another thing is in relation to carbon neutrality, net zero. So reforming the gas and water, it creates CO2. A lot of chemical companies are interested in producing hydrogen from natural gas because it creates two added values from one process. So in the hydrogen economy and carbon neutrality, graphene can play an important role here. Actually, I come from Postec, so they call me the guy from Pohang, and I'm stationed in Pohang as well. The reason why we went to Pohang is because of the wastewater problem, because Pohang is situated in an area where it has a sea nearby. And that's why we created this Pohang Graphene Valley. Well, in the US, they have Silicon Valley that brought about the fourth industrial revolution and all the innovations that we're seeing. I think in Pohang, I think we can really innovate something and come up with new industrial revolution in this Pohang Graphene Valley. We're building our facility in Pohang. Up until now, we have received about 500 million to 600 million won. 50 to 60 billion, sorry. And I think sooner or later you'll be able to see the products coming out from the facility. So I've talked about years of our work on this area. This is actually a Nobel laureate who received the Nobel Prize for graphene. He's actually engaged in our efforts. He invested in my company, and they say graphene is the next wonder material, but now I've scrapped out that next part because I think graphene is the wonder material that we're applying in the industry. It has industrial application now. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hong, for your presentation. Next, we would like to call Professor Hwee-jin Yoo, the Director of the Graduate School of AI Semiconductor at KAIST, give a presentation about the present and future of AI semiconductors. Please give him a big round of applause.
So today I'm going to talk about the present and future of AI semiconductors. So I would like to talk about semiconductors, but especially I would like to talk about the future of Korea's semiconductors industry. So this is the list of the contents that I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk about the international affairs and talk about Korean AI semiconductor companies and Korea's. So what are some of the policies to sharpen our Korea's competitiveness, and what would be the future of AI semiconductors? So when we talk about AI, it's not a technological term, but it has become a political term. So all the politicians are talking about AI technology, especially the U.S. and China conflict is becoming very fierce, and Europe is also in this competition. So the United States, it wants to sustain its technological supremacy over AI. And China is in rivalry with China, but however, China, it is trying to become self-independent and self-reliant when it comes to AI technology, and it is gaining a lot of achievements. And whereas EU, it is setting global AI norms, and it is trying to play a role here. And in this fierce competition, a global AI race, so AI industry, Korea wants to participate in this competition, in this race with our semiconductors, because we are really good at when it comes to semiconductors instead of AI. So Korea's semiconductor is becoming one of the biggest and the largest industry in the world. And so we want to create the world's best R&D and talent development system that sets us apart from the United States and Japan as like other advanced countries. So we want to have our own Korean style. And there's the Samsung and SK Hynix that is only here in Korea. And we have all these vessels of these companies. If we can create the ecosystem of these companies, we believe that we can win in this race as well. So I believe it is very critical to establish the ecosystem. So our competitiveness lies of being the semiconductor powerhouse. So we have we have the world's biggest memory semiconductors, and we are the second when it comes to the foundry manufacturing capacity, and we have great outstanding talents for that. And based on the strength, we would like to move forward with joining this race. And also when it comes to the the demands for the semiconductors. We have all these very great companies like for the making the smartphones and cars as well as the electronics, where Taiwan does not have. And together with these Korean companies, if we can cooperate with them, I believe that we can create a huge AI semiconductors market. And we also have very advanced communications and telecommunications technologies as well. And when it comes to the cloud systems, we are also putting a lot of investments. So for this AI infrastructure and service segment, we can have a great market if we can make investments. And we have made roughly 1 trillion Korean won of R&D investments. And you can see that these technologies are becoming in our visible range. And so AI semiconductors companies that we have here in Korea, we have Puriosa AI for the data centers and Rebellion. And for the mobiles and on-device AIs technologies, we have DeepX and we have Mobilient. So Puriosa AI, they have really great chips, and it is working together with HBM to integrate MPUs. And when it comes to Rebellion, they have recently merged with Sapion, and in February last year, they had this ICC conference, which is the world's largest, and they have introduced this new semiconductor, and it has gained interest and compliments from other U.S. companies like NVIDIA. And DeepX specializes this edge style chips, and it is working closely with other companies. And Mobilient, it has strength in mobile intelligence that can be integrated with the vehicles and cars, and they have this showing high performance for their mass-produced chips, and it is gaining a lot of interest. And so DNN, which is the deep neural network, is actually at the center of advancing AI technology, and the technological development is being accelerated with this technology based on NPU. And I'm sure that you're all aware of CPU and GPU. And for CPU, instead of this computing, what it does that it processes the software serials. And so this is software programmable structure. And in contrast, GPU, it is more of the game processors, and it can draw pictures really fast. And so it has many PEs in parallelism. But for DNN, GPU is not suitable because it is consuming a lot of energy. And for the GPU, it requires it is suitable for other technologies. So we believe that it's not sustainable. So that is why MPU, it reduces any redundant workloads, and it is optimized for DNN, and it is highly integrated. And simply put, the CPU, if you give water, it uses this big long pipe to give little bits of water. And GPU, it has this bigger hole so that it can give more water. And NPU, they have gotten rid of the hole, but they have just cut the pipe into half so that a lot of water can just drop down. And so it has a lot of data that is being provided. And in order to provide more data, it is using this HPU, the memory. NPU, sorry. So, but these days, this new technology, PIM, that goes beyond this current technology of NPU. So it is bringing the data from NPU to from memory. So bringing data from memory, it consumes a lot of energy. So they wanted to just combine all these like functions into one chip. And so it is called, this new technology is called processing in memory, PIM. And so this requires this memory processing. And so because, Korea is the powerhouse of this memory technology, we believe that this is, we are suitable for this PIM new technology. So it consumes a lot of like energy for receiving and giving back, transferring the energy. But however, this PIM has drastically reduced the amount that energy is being used. And so within it, it has this like computing function as well. So it can do the computing and accelerate all this computing and processing all these data. And Korea has Samsung and Hynix when it comes to developing this computing in memory, which is CIM. And Samsung has introduced HBM PIM in 2021. It is in the process of promoting it and marketing it. And Hynix has this Newton AIM. And it has announced its new development in 2023. And here at KAIST, in the year of 2024, we came up with this new type of CIM called Dynaplasma. It uses the same cell that can be used for the computing as well as for the memory and so this is integrated all in one. All these three functions all in one. So the existing PIM and MPU was really good as the single unit, but if was systematically applied, the function inevitably degraded. But however, we wanted to prevent that. So we have came up with this dynaplasia that can accelerate the computing functions. So with this background, then what should Korea do to secure our competitiveness when it comes to AI semiconductors? We have announced, the Korean government announced this AI semiconductors initiative in 2024. So what we want to do is that we want to become the world's top 3 when it comes to AI. And in the AI model, we have AGI and LLM, which is the large language model. We want to make it lightweight and low power. And we are also studying AI safety when it comes to AI model. But what's more important is this AI semiconductors. We need to innovate our memory, such as PIM, PIM. And we also want to make the Korean style of AI processor, which is the low energy consumption KAP. And we want to make this K cloud that can be used for the AI supercomputing and for the own device AI. So that is the hardware this is the new areas that we would like to study for the hardware. And through processing memory, so we can drastically reduce the energy consumption for the data center. And so we can, with that saved energy, we can create another data center. And the thing that we're putting our focus on is that neuromorphics, which imitates human's brain. And this is the new term and the new concept. And so it is based on NPU. And this is something that other countries been studying for the roughly 40 to 60 years, but they did not show any like meaningful outcomes or the achievements for that. They could only, recognize some of the like simple pictures. But like here in Korea, we were able to successfully operate this this LLM. And this Korean MPU, as I have told you before, we have Priosa and Rebellion, all these companies, and they have actually installed it in their, they're trying to embed it into their data centers. And recently, the Korean government has spent roughly 2.2 Korean billion won for making this farm. And we're going to install this AI processor that we have made here in Korea. And also, we have this K-Cloud 2.0 initiative, which is going to have to create this new AI service. And we're in the process, and we have also roughly 1 trillion won was approved for this during the preliminary pilot test. So until now, I talked about Korea's policies, but now I would like to move forward and talk about the future of AI semiconductors in Korea. And recently, NVIDIA's Jensen Huang talked about physical AI and talked about agent AI. So physical AI is not just merely making the brain, but it is also making the hands as well as the eyes, where the eyes can become the sensors and the hands can be the actuators. And through these devices, we can make some actions. And we can also make this emotional exchanges and can also recognize some of the stimuluses that are coming up from outside, from externally. So all these sensors go through this board, and that is being connected to eyes and hands, and it is called physical AI. And yesterday, Google has announced this new AI glass. An AI glass is connecting the reality and the cyber world. And the most important thing is the space computing or the spatial computing. And what it can bring something. It is the technology that can bring the things into the cyber world or the things in the cyber world into the reality. So we can, grab or to make some changes to the objects that are in the cyber world So with this AI glass, and which is highly energy efficient, it can, change a lot of things in the cyber world. And so does the new technology that we've been working on. So if you install this chip that we have made, so it can shows many videos, 72 slides or 61 per second. And as you can see, that's my own actual real hand. I've been put it into the cyber world to create the stuff, and I can color it, and I can also do the flower. So the hands that you see are actually my hands. So using my real hands, I'm changing and making different arrangements in the cyber world with all the objects in the cyber world. And this other thing that I would like to talk about is, there's like Ghibli type images that are becoming very popular. So this Ghibli type like pictures, as you can see, it takes a lot of time because the prompts has to go all the way to the data center, and then the data center like draws it and then shows us gives us the responses back. But we, as you can see in this as you can see in this demonstration video, what you can do is that you can write something for the prompt, and they can change the images in the video. And our chip is really fast, and that is something that you can see in this demo video. Like if you see in the far right, the drawing, it just came out like within seconds. And this is something that my student has taken. Like this is the new picture, and it is being transformed, like changed to Tom Cruise. And they can change it to like Marilyn Monroe really fast, like in a short period of time. So this type of chip is something that we have developed. And this large language model, something like ChatGPT or Llama. So this model, we were able to have this we made a really energy efficient chip, which is less than 5 milliwatt. So it's 4.69. So if you type in the text, so it is asking the question about the current weather in San Francisco, and it gives you the answer right away. So it is not connected to the internet. It is only so this answer is response is being produced from the chip that we have made. And I've asked, so we have this chip that asks, that explains a lot, gives really good explanation about KAIST. And recently we also have made this new technology that shares emotions. So it is kind of like this. So if a person shares the emotion, then this chip can produce generate some of this feedback, and we call it affect achievement. And so they hear the voice and recognizes the emotion of the person and emphasize with the user. So this is the chip that we have made.
My research.
If one person says something, then
Could you be my friend?
I'd be happy to be your friend, Kevin. How's your day going so far?
Yesterday I hurt my leg.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Kevin. Hopefully you're feeling better today.
So I thought that it was too empathetic with students while it was conversing with the students. So we tried to see how it responds to the videos.
Worst neighbors, but at least they make your life less boring, Mr. Brunky.
So this is a part of, and it is actually these are the key technologies for physical AI. And so for this physical AI, we are taking lead in this area as well. So to sum it up, from NPU, generative AI was created, and now we have this on-device AI. We call it agent AI, and then it is moving towards physical AI, and then it can advance into social AI as well. And so the AI can so the fundamental technology is PIM and neuromorphics, and Korea, based on these two technologies, we are going beyond on-device AI to physical AI and social AI. So these are the direction that we're moving forward. And now I'd like to conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Jung, for your presentation. So now we will go on to the panel discussion. So we will use a few minutes to set the stage. So for this next session, we will have the three presenters as well, and the moderator will be Ji-Eung, the president of the Science and Technology Policy Institute. And in addition to the three presenters, we will have news reporter Soo Gun-kwak from Joseon Biz and managing director Yong-Gu Kim from Joseon Enerbility.
네. 네, 이제 패널.
All right, so we would like to begin the panel discussion. Please give everyone a big round of applause. Hello, I am the president of the Science and Technology Policy Institute, Yoon Ji-Eung. So this is the last session for today. And I was impressed by the passionate presentations, and it was very informative. And we could hear about many possible collaborations between the United States and Korea. It was a wonderful opportunity to hear those opportunities. So first of all, we have 5 panelists, and 3 have already given a presentation. We have 2 new panelists. And we only have until 5:10, but I think we can use a little bit more time for some meaningful discussions. So I will try to manage the time as best as I can as the moderator. So first of all, we have two panelists who have not given a presentation, but they have joined us as panelists. So I would like to introduce Kwak Soo-gun, a news reporter from Joseon Biz. He is a reporter in the area of science and technology and is here to represent Korea the media outlets. And we have Managing Director Kim Yong-gyu, who is from Doosan Enerbility. And I believe you all know Doosan Enerbility. It is a company that works in the field of energy and nuclear energy. It is one of the leading companies in that area. So first of all, we'd like to hear from our reporter Kwak. Hello, my name is Kwak Soo-gun. And I get a lot of stress because of China. Every day we get new news about AI, about new technologies, or the rare elements. So we live in an age of anxiety. So I heard the three presentations and I felt a bit of comfort because I saw that we are still leading and doing better than China. And today we are discussing the need for collaborations on technology between the United States and Korea. And the three presenters have given their presentation on each field. So for example, in graphenes, it can be used for next generation nuclear energy. And then Professor Yu talked about how AI technology can be used in next generation AI sensors or generation. And I believe this is all very good news. And for the first session, what I was very glad to hear is that President Atkinson said that it's not a choice to do collaboration in technology between the United States and Korea. It is now there's now an essential need for collaboration in science and technology. Because about 10 years ago, I lived in China for more than a year. And at the time, China was very different from now. For example, Samsung phones or LG displays, China was very jealous of that and they wanted to live up to that standard. But now, China, as you have already reported several times, China has become very self-reliant, and if it is determined, it can really dominate many world markets when it comes not just in the high-tech fields, but everything. So if there is not a wall called terrorists, then they really can take over every field. So I think that China can become a monster. And so for us to fight this monster, we need the United States, Korea, and Japan to work together. So for us to do that, we need to work together from the starting point of R&D, and we need to have stronger, tighter collaborations in technology. And one issue that comes to mind is the IP issue. So, for example, not only for nuclear energy, but from an R&D to the roadmaps to all parts. If we are to move together as one body, we need to just come to a consensus about what we will do with IP and how we will resolve the issues regarding IP. And so I think at the top level, we need discussions about how we will design the IP issues. And also we need the next generation nuclear power. But there are some regulations for us to export nuclear energy to the United States. So when we are fighting, in this competition with China, the Korea-US alliance is essential, and so we need to, based on our trust, we should get rid of these regulations. So I hope that we can win over the IP issues and the regulation issues.
Yes, I also do believe that we should engage in credible cooperation between Korea and the U.S. To be more specific, like intellectual property or the agreement on nuclear energy between our two countries. I think we really should move forward in those directions. Next, I would like to invite Managing Director Jung Kim. Thank you. Mr. Kwok just mentioned that the more we export, one of the issues that we're talking is export controls and intellectual property. Of course, we made many efforts and endeavors, and we've been able to come to an agreement with the U.S. on this issue, and we're pushing ahead with the project. Of course, it was a very sensitive process, and it was a difficult process indeed. Then, going forward, are we going to continue in this direction? Are we going to replicate that kind of difficulties? Well, that shouldn't be the way forward. We should work hand in hand with U.S. companies. And as you'd well know, there's nuclear powerhouses just as China and Russia. They're dominating the world nuclear market. And under such circumstances, I think Korea and the U.S. should work together to tackle that. As for my company, Tucson Enerbility, some of you may know, but we provide equipment to nuclear power plants. So the key equipment, we have been supplying that since 1980s, and thanks to that, more recently, we've been able to work with SMR companies, in particular U.S. SMR company, NX Energy, and TerraPower. And out of that, NuScale is actually making a lot of advances in this area, in particular in the SMR. And including NuScale, the SMR companies are fabless, as you would know. So it's important to know and to be able to provide the right technology for them whenever they need it. As for us, Tucson Enerbility, we're working with U.S. companies, and in particular in the area of SMR, we've been trying to demonstrate the design on the SMR, and also to make some kind of pilot demonstrations to see if that's feasible or not. As a result, I think they'll allow us to provide the right technology whenever necessary. And as for TerraPower, I think someone from ITIF mentioned, but like as for NX Energy, they received fundings from various institutions, so they've been able to engage in the R&D efforts. And based on that funding and research activities, we're working in collaboration with those companies. So in this area, designing and the manufacturing, collaboration between those two is important. And through that, as for China, they're already in the SMR business, and Russia too. So as for the Western countries, they're lagging slightly behind in terms of commercialization. So we should be able to follow up and catch up with that pace. So for private companies, we should contribute to realizing that technology and designing. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause.
So when we talk about this energy issue, this is the global issue, and for us to address it, this development of nuclear technology is very important, and we believe that it could, contribute a lot for that energy issue. And now I'd like to ask Professor Kim Yong-hee and talk about the nuclear development and the cooperation between the U.S. and Korea. Can you please elaborate more on that? Like, what are some of the political issues, policy issue, or for the strategic issues that we could talk about?
Right. So there are many things that I want to say, but due to the time limit, I just want to talk about one core thing. So we have the president from ITIF as well. So what I wanted to say is to build sustainable nuclear energy, we need to solve the issue of spent nuclear fuels, or SNFs. That is really the biggest issue in nuclear energy. But there is a way to solve this. But we need the cooperation between the United States and allies for this to make this energy commercial. But until now, it was difficult to make this a long-term effort. So I think until now it was difficult to visualize these kind of efforts. But I think we have come to the point that where we have to think about the long term and how we will solve the energy crisis. And so we have done a lot of research between the United States and Korea. Especially, we have done great research in pyro processing. And we want to find a way for these technologies to be commercialized very quickly. So if we can come to an agreement between the United States and Korea, I think we can also involve Japan and France in these efforts as well, because Japan and France, they have their own SNF methods, but apart from them, no other country is very open to this idea. It's a very sensitive issue, and they are not happy about these spent nuclear fuel, about these technologies that deal with spent nuclear fuels. But we can bring some consensus around the need to use the molten salt fast reactors because it can lead to sustainable energy. So for the United States and Korea, we have done so much research on this, and we now need to think about how we will seriously make this a reality. And for that to happen, we need some honest discussions between the two nations. And I think we are at the point that we really need to have this discussion. So we could, through many channels, including ITIF, I believe that we can find the reasons to have and the goals to have this discussion between the United States and Korea. And I believe that we can get to some very good positive results. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. All right, so the spent nuclear fuel issue is a big issue, and going forward, it is an issue that needs to be treated very carefully, but also very actively. We need to reach a consensus on it. And I think we are at the golden time for spent nuclear fuels, and I hope that we can find some solutions. Next, I would like to ask a question to Professor Hong Young-hee, which is also something that I would like to know.
Graphene. So I think in the graphene area, we're seeing some results that's really tangible. So as for the graphene industry and the direction forward, can you elaborate more? Well, first of all, the IT and semiconductor, EV and home appliances, companies are doing very well. But one concern I have is China's rise. We've seen from the presentations about the gap between China and the leaders in each sectors and the industries. But for graphene, we have gap about 6 to 7 years. I think we should create an overwhelming gap with China in this area. And another area is, I think, bioeconomy. I didn't delve deeper into this issue, but like Johns Hopkins and others, we're working with U.S. Institutes on inventing new drugs. And using graphene, we design new drugs. And we also have the issue of new drug regulation. So there's an area where we can curb China or limit China's influence. Since COVID, we've been able to do that. And in Korea as well, we've made a regulation on new drugs. So lipid nanoparticle R&D had been very active since COVID. And the added value created from this area is on par with the AI industry as well. So in collaboration with the US, I would like to come up with some kind of system or institution. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. Personally, I want to invest in this area. So going forward, I think graphene should be a material that will have positive influence across the US and Korean industries. And the third I'd like to touch upon is AI chip. I've also seen the video from the presentation, but it's rapidly developing. Professor Daejeon Yu from KAIST. So should Korea and US collaborate in this area, what kind of work can we do together?
So yesterday, Google announced this new AI glass, and when I saw that news, Google has this like Gemini and Android OS software, and the hardware is being made by Samsung Electronics. So hardware, Samsung is taking part of it, and for the software, the companies in the United States is doing like similar to this model. I think it could be a great business model. Because Korea, when it comes to the semiconductors industry, I believe that we are the powerhouse of semiconductors technology. And recently, like roughly 2 years ago, we have this like one of the biggest conference called ICCC, and they have roughly 200 papers being produced worldwide. And out of those 200 papers, United States produced like 100 annually. But last year, if you take a look at it, like China produced a lot, and Korea and the United States produced like the similar level, the number of the papers last year. So as you can see, like China is closing in the gap really fast. So that is why it is very imperative for the United States and Korea to cooperate for us to compete with China. So I see that kind of like, so as the like Google's AI is a great model, glass is a great model. So like anything like AI applications in the software is something that the United States can do, and whereas while Korea can like manufacture this like AI chips for us to compete with China. So if you look at China's development, I have a friend in HKU, and he said that they have their own skill sets and capabilities to work on the technologies. But I believe that, and they said that they can close in that gap really fast, but I believe we still have 3 or 4 years gap, and within that 3 to 4 years gap, we need to use that as the opportunity to widen the gap with China, because with our close collaboration, otherwise they will do much better So we need to find a great role model so that the United States and Korea can collaborate and cooperate in the semiconductors area. Thank you very much for your answer. So we have went through this like one round of the questions to each panelists, but still it is 5:09, so we need to conclude our conference by 5:10. So I would like to ask if there's any panelists who would like to add more. So I'm just going to give you one more minute. So yes, Mr. Quark. So I'm going to deliver my final message just within 1 minute. So there's this emerging technologies or the frontiers other than this national strategic technology, and I believe that we need this the cooperations between the ministries. So with these close collaborations between the ministries that could be further developed with the cooperation with the United States. So I would like to have the channel that's going to the U.S. and Korea collaboration. And we need to have this something that very bold, something that could be quirky but funny, but do something what should we do when the aliens come, something like that. And finally, we have this ITIF think tank, and we have great universities in Korea like KAIST, and I believe that, and I would like to see further collaboration between that we are seeing for the conference today. Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to conclude the session. I would like to invite President Atkins from the ITIF.
Is there a microphone anywhere? Please send.
So I guess my other comments are, I want to second your comment, which is I felt more optimistic after I heard the three really deep scientific, technical comments, because it made me realize again, this is the way we're going to beat China, by staying ahead of them and doing the kind of research that you're doing. But also the other thing that I thought I learned from the three of you was these issues and areas are so complex that nobody can do them alone. And I think that's one of the things that's different with science than it was 50 years ago. I think science was simpler. It didn't require this breadth of expertise. It didn't require all these different parts to make systems work together. So that, to me, just reinforced the fact that we have to do this. And I would just go back to Stephen's point, which is in the U.S., we've looked at cooperation as a sort of nice to have. But I think we have to look at cooperation as a have to have, a must to have. And so hopefully we can do that and see where we go. So thank you so much.
Thank you. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 5시 12분인데 혹시
Yes, it's 5:12 from the floor. Is there anyone who would like to provide an input? Can you briefly explain?
Hello, my name is Im Dong-min, and I am a partner at an investment company. And my background is in the non-science area, so the science aspect is a bit difficult for me to understand, so I think it's something that I need to keep my eye on. So one thing I thought is, have you seen the movie Contact? I wonder if you've watched that movie. Of course, it's just a movie, but it's talking about not a zero-sum game, but a win-win game between two different groups. So looking at our discussions, we talk about China, Korea's relation with China, and United States. So China and the United States are competitors, and I think the consensus is that Korea should partner with China. But I wonder if there is a way for all three countries to work together. All right. So who would like to answer this question? So as a moderator, to briefly give you not an answer, but my thoughts. Recently, what was most impressive, a report that was very impressive, was the 2022 Rand Institute about the era of competition. They had a report with that title. And in that report, they talked about how in this new era, the United States is leading the new world. So the Cold War has ended, and then the new world was established. And then in about 2020, you are now in the area of strategic competition. And if you look at these factors in this competition, and there are new drivers in this era that open the new fields, and based on how countries respond, that will change how the world is. So if these three countries, we are cooperating, the two countries, and in some fields we are competing to have dominance. So when it comes to innovation through science and technology and sustainability of nations, so we want to but I believe if that is a fair competition, it will be a rule-based competition. And the countries have different guidelines about what fairness is. So I think that's where some problems are arising. And so we are grouped based on our thoughts. And there's a reshuffling of allies also based on whether we are like-minded or not. So I don't think we can't say there's no cooperation at all, but I think just the shape of it is different. And so today we are looking to open new channels for cooperation. And that is the stance that we have so that we can help each other grow. So ITIF and KAIST together has had these discussions on very important and meaningful topics. And it is an honor for me to be a part of today's forum. And I am also very glad to have Professor Kim, Dr. Shin, and our leaders from ITIF for joining us today. Thank you, everyone. All right, this concludes our formal sessions. On behalf of ITIF and KAIST, thank you again for being part of this important dialogue. So I would thank everyone for joining us. And the ITIF and Korea will continue to work together, and I hope you look towards our work. Thank you.